Is, do you know, Vera, she seems to have lost weight. Is she okay?
I just got a blank.
Oh, okay.
You coming out of closed
Yeah.
session.
She seems to have lost weight, but wasn't something.
Okay. Is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0, Mayor Bennett. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23712D, were only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Certification passes 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you. All right, at this time we have a work session.
I'm going to the work session.
I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council. This evening, there's a work session. Council had requested to discuss Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2.4 of the City Code, which relates to the residency for certain city officers and employees. That section currently reads, residency requirements for certain city officers and department heads. A, the following city officers appointed by city council must become residents of the city no later than 6 months after appointment. 1, city manager, 2, city attorney, and 3, city clerk. B, the assistant city manager and department heads residing within 30 miles of the city limits of the city of Hopewell at the time of initial employment are exempted from the residency requirement. If the assistant city manager or department head relocates his or her primary residence while employed by the city, such assistant city manager or department head shall be subject to the residency requirement. And C, which was added by council in December of 2019, the city council may waive any provision or requirement of this ordinance. City council may grant such waiver by ordinance, resolution, or motion. The topic came up, Ms. Griffin had requested a waiver of the provision at council's last regular meeting, and I believe Ms. Pelham made a motion to have a work session this evening to discuss the provisions of the code.
Councilor Pelham.
Work session. Well, I would suggest that we entertain, the thought that whoever lives outside, that we change the ordinance probably. One thought is that we change the ordinance wherein anyone who lives outside the city still has to live within that 30-mile range so that they can get here in a timely manner, especially directors and above, within, 20 to 30 minutes. That's my initial thought. If I had it my way, I would like that except for the chief of police, the city manager, chief of fire, and public works, I think those 4 persons should live within the city. Again, because of emergency situations, they should be within the confines of the city. Anyone else with the technology probably could live outside of the city? Are my initial thoughts.
City Manager, Mr. Altman.
Ms. Pelham, so just following on your comments, if council were so agreeable, we could bring back an amendment that deleted the second sentence in B, which is the sentence that says, if they relocate, they have to relocate within the city. It would stop there where it just says they have to reside within 30 miles of the city limits we could say during employment.
You said B, right?
Yes, ma'am, I'm reading off the resolution that's in the packet.
Right.
Or the ordinance.
I read it, yeah.
So B, if we just eliminated the second sentence, which requires department heads to relocate their primary residence if they move, and we just reshape the first sentence to just say, the assistant city manager, the department heads residing within 30 must reside within 30 miles of the city limits of the city of Hopewell during their employment, and are exempt from the residency requirement. So we could, if it's.
It asks, you have to say they still cannot move outside of the 30-mile radius. If they move again.
You have to stay within. If ultimately that's what council's agreeable to, we'll craft an amendment and bring it back to y'all for consideration.
Anyone else have any other comments? If not, I'll make that motion.
I do, Counselor Randolph and then Counselor
I
Denton.
can't make a motion, I guess, but I'll bring it back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Counselor Parton and I have been pretty consistent the whole time we've been on council that based on our constituency and what we've heard from them, that most of our constituents are against top city management at the salaries that they get paid for living anywhere but within the city. And I got a lot of feedback on also the department head that was asking for us most recently. She does a great job, don't want to lose her. Don't want to lose any of our staff. I think they all do a great job. But I'm still going to have to vote that same way and not allow for changes in the residency requirements just based on what my constituents say. Thank you.
Counselor Denton.
I guess this is where we kind of disagree a little bit. I'm living in the 21st century. And years ago when we did this, people did live here in Hopewell, they worked here in Hopewell, and we stayed and played and did everything in Hopewell. But today, we are very diversified. A lot of us live in a lot of different places. The way I'm looking at it, number one, I want the best person for the job. If they live within 30 miles of Hopewell, I want that person. I feel like as a city, we need to get ourselves in shape so that people want to come here and live and not go 30 miles away. But the realistic question right now is, we don't feel that way. They want to live in Prince George, they want to live in Enon, they may want to live in Chester, but we've got good people there. So I personally feel like we need the best personnel we can get within a certain range. And that's in today's time, and we can get anywhere today in a matter of moments. Interstates, 4-lane highways, we have all kinds of communications, we have cell phones, we have everything. We can stay communicated. I just recently came back from Montana. While I was driving from Utah to Montana, I solved a trash problem. Little problem, but by making a couple of phone calls, we took care of an individual. And I was over 2,000 miles away. So I feel like we can get the best and be the best. And that's just how I feel.
Thank you, Counselor.
you.
Thank you. I just have one question. We're looking section 2-4, C. City Council may waive any provision or requirement of this ordinance. City Council may grant such waiver by ordinance, resolution, or motion. So, I know that Director Griffin did bring her waiver here. Is that in the packet today with us?
It is.
Were we gonna vote for that? I mean, was that for consideration as well?
No, we didn't bring it this evening. We wanted to have the work session to see where you were, and then intention was to have it on the next agenda, depending upon what was decided this evening.
Okay, right at this time, I don't feel, I am going to not vote for this tonight. I'm gonna leave it as is for now, until I do a little more research. There's so many layers to, the officers and, city officers and employers, as if, even if they did live off, and the concern is that they make so much. They make a lot of money. Directors do make a lot of money. And I want to have council consider that we take action and create an ordinance for a conflict of interest form. That's the financial disclosure form that we as council do have, and I would like council to consider that and think about that, and I would like to have it on the next agenda meeting. And I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Parton.
All right, I'm going to echo the same sentiments that Councilor Randolph echoed or mentioned, is that, I'm probably the youngest one up here, but probably got the old-fashioned mindset that if you're going to be a director or a leader that has, particularly what I would call meaningful influence in this community and the ability to bring about positive change, I do think that you should be a resident in this city, because the decisions that you make as a leader and as a department head or director, you should be bound by those same exact decisions that you end up making. And so I probably only, a few of us probably have that mindset up here. So I can just tell you right now, I won't be voting for any waiver to give a department director or head a residency waiver. That's it.
Okay. Well, I feel the same way as Councilor Denton. We are limiting ourselves to competition and what's out there. Even though they don't live here, they can bring a lot to the table. And it's kind of, even if you live here, there's people that are from here that want to live in neighboring cities, that want to, when they go to sleep, they want to sleep in the home that they live in. So if we have a great candidate, and you have another, but you take that candidate that lives within the city, it's not fair. It's not fair, because that person could probably bring something to the table. That person lived there their entire life, and they just want to sleep. I want to work here, I want to go to sleep, but they give their best. that's something we should consider as well. We shouldn't limit competition. So I leave that with you guys as well.
And that's just where we'll divide.
We're not divided,
you
we're just
say?
having a discussion.
What did you say?
Is there any other comments?
No action.
Ms. Holloway has one.
Counselor
what is-
Holloway?
Wherever a person lives, title, position does not interfere with the capability of that person doing that job. So therefore, I do not have a problem with the person living outside the city, as long as it's within the 30 miles radius.
Counselor Gore?
Mr. Altman, can you just clarify, when we come back, when this comes back on the agenda, can you give us multiple versions? Because I heard 3 tonight, one within 30 miles, one with certain directors, and one with all directors. So can we get all 3, so that way we can have in our packet and then also communicate to our constituents what we're gonna be voting on specifically? Because I would like to release a poll.
Can you talk in the mic?
What?
Can you talk in the mic?
I would like to release a poll with that information so I can gather that data electronically. So if you give me the 3 options that we're gonna get, I can put that out to everybody. I'm not really ready to say my opinion right now until I see that data.
So if I heard the options correctly, one was just to allow department heads to live within 30 miles of the city if you
Right.
move regardless. The other was to add additional positions to A. Or somehow work that additionally, fire chief, police chief, and public works director need to reside within the city. And I'm.
And the last one is the original version.
Oh, okay. Just what we have now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where you lost me, because I wasn't sure that we actually heard 3. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And if you guys could do POCO yourselves, then we don't have to do it on our own accounts. If you let people pick which ward they live in, then we can all have just one data set.
Okay. We
And the
can-
counselors, if they choose to use it, then they can put it out. If not, then they don't have to. But
I would,
Counselor Randolph?
yeah, we could probably do a
Poll.
We just gotta make sure everybody knows what ward they live in. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess after all is said and done, I know we're not gonna do anything tonight, but, I'm not quite sure why we're even doing this if we've added and have as an active part of this, that city council may waive any provision of this requirement of this ordinance at any time. So I'm not quite sure why, because we can vote to change on an individual basis if we want to. So I'm not quite sure why we're here tonight with this, but I guess that's neither here nor there. We'll figure it out.
So I can answer that question. When we
Okay.
had this, the waiver come out, we were unsure or unclear of what the, what we already had in place. And that's what Counselor, Pelham wanted to ask, like let's go over it. Let's see what we have, because this has been placed. How old is this, Mr. Altman?
The provision that's on the screen with is 2019, was December 2019
Okay.
when that was adopted.
Okay.
The ordinance itself was not 219, that's just an add-on.
Right, that's just for number C.
When was the
We went
original?
back, and I'm trying to think back,
It's been that way since I've been here.
the
So
30
17.
miles came up 2000.
I think it was Cohane.
Yeah, so in that time frame where Mr. Daly was manager is when the 30 miles, that B came into place, or the 30 miles was changed to 30 miles. Because prior to that, all department heads, the 3 council appointees and all department heads had to live in the city. And then that was changed, and I don't remember the year, I just remember it was around the time of Chief Cohane came and Mr. Daly was the manager. The 30 miles was put in place, and then in 19, letter C was put in place, granting the ability to do the waiver. Because I remember that discussion for the 30 miles when we had it that night.
Is there any more discussion on this topic this evening? Do we have a date when you wanted to have the information back for the next council meeting? Counselor Gore, did you specify?
I didn't ask for the next meeting, I just asked for the poll. That's Counselor Pone.
Okay. So what is the expectation? I mean, we're asking the city manager to do something. What is the expectation? Do we want to have him go out and get Colco and then come back to council? What does that look like?
You're looking at me, all I asked for was Colco to have a poll to put out and one universal source, but I would defer to Counselor Pone when she would like to have this back on the agenda.
I was just gonna make a generic comment that if we wanted on the next agenda, we would have to have it in your agenda packet. That stuff would be due Monday.
Right.
I would
So
ask you,
that's
please don't do it that.
Yeah, that's really fast. I don't think we
You
have
only have
time.
6 counselors that night.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh-huh.
So if the following meeting would be the 9th of November.
The 9th of November.
So that would give us time to put it out for a couple weeks on a poll and have people respond and get counts. So then that would mean the information would be, we would put it in the agenda packet for the 9th on November 1st. I think that packet goes out to y'all either the 2nd or the 3rd. So that gives us a couple weeks of getting data together.
Okay, so where in the agenda are we going to place this? Are we gonna place it back on a work session, or are we gonna place it as an R item? Just for Molly to know.
Where that would be where y'all want it. We can,
We have to act on her request, so it has to be a R.
Public hearing?
We'll place it as an R item
yeah.
on for the November 9th agenda, please. Okay. Is there any other discussion? Are we clear on what we're, the look ahead? Counselor Pelham, do you have anything else you would like to add? Any other counselors?
I heard Counselor Denton ask about, is there a public hearing requirement?
Public hearing.
I don't think you heard her, she just,
I know there are certain items that we have to have with the code that we have to have public hearings on to amend, but some items in the city code we do not. So we'll have to get some legal counsel opinion on that. And I'm trying to remember.
I can remember,
So,
I don't.
Mr. Altman,
I mean, we can go, the easy
had a
thing
public
here is to
hearing.
go back to the December 10th meeting, which is what the waive,
I
to see if that was a
remember
public hearing. I don't
when
think
we
it was.
discussed this before. It was a public hearing, and I will remember that night, Mr. Eliades spoke very eloquently that he wanted people to live in the city. So,
So we'll put it back on as a public hearing.
Yeah.
that was a public hearing.
And what we can do.
so,
I don't think it was a requirement, if my memory serves me correct. I think we requested it due to the conversation. So just go back and check the
Yeah, well,
minutes. But there was a public hearing, but my recollection is that we requested it due to the feedback we were getting, and we wanted to make sure people had a chance to speak.
And I-
Just confirm.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I'll say this, here's my concern. If we advertise a public hearing, but we have, I'm not sure how we advertise a public hearing on 3 versions of an amendment. So I'll check, and if we have a requirement for a public hearing, we may have to have another work session to get final guidance before we conduct a public hearing to amend it, but we'll check first.
Mr. Altman, during that time that you're gathering that information, can you just give us like email updates to where we are, so we'd be more prepared on how to get where we're going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Counselor Pelham, did you have something
No,
else?
I would just say, the public hearing is, sounds like a great idea, even if it's not legally required, it's something we need to do.
Okay, we're good?
Yeah.
You have any questions?
Well, again, so we'll figure out if it's required, if it's not. If you choose, we may need to have that work session to pick a version that you want to advertise, because I'm struggling to figure out how we would advertise multiple versions of the same ordinance.
Right,
Typically, you've got, this is what it's gonna be, this is the change, so, but we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out.
Use the word consideration for ordinance.
okay. Okay, I don't see any more lights. We're gonna move on and go into regular meeting.
No, we got.
Oh,
break.
are you, did
We
you
have
have
to
some?
br- No, we have to break to 7:30. No,
It's 8 o'clock.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it does look like 7 o'clock right now. Because usually we do our work sessions at 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. The work session is over. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call,
Mayor Bennett,
here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here,
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here,
Councilor Pelham.
Here,
Mayor Bennett, you have 7 present, 0 absent.
Right. Prayer by Counselor Pelham and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, led by Counselor Denton.
let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we come before you humble as we know how. Lord God, we're asking you and thanking you for the privilege to serve in this capacity as leaders. We thank you for the city and the citizens that uphold us and support us in the things that we try to do in your name. Lord God, bless this meeting. Let it be decency and in order. May all the comments come with a pure heart and genuine words. I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. I do not see lights for discussion. Roll call.
Councilor Randolph,
yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Not say Councilor Holloway.
Miss Bess, I think you forgot Miss Holloway.
Oh, Ms. Holloway, I'm so sorry. Councilor Holloway.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
That was hard. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. No lights for discussion. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We do have information and presentations, and I wish I would have amended the agenda. So, for the attorney process, we're not gonna discuss that today. Counselor Gore?
I just have what's in our packet when it comes to this section, is that public?
Yes, I was told it is, yes.
What are you asking about?
There's applications there. So, make a motion.
I asked her to place that on the agenda.
That's fine, but the documents, the public copy of the agenda package should include these documents. It needs to be amended to take that out.
You want me to amend to remove those?
Yes.
We have to make, can you make the motion, please?
Make a motion that we amend the public agenda to remove the submissions for the city attorney process.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Counselor Denton?
I'm just a little concerned that we're not talking about this tonight because we need to have an interim law, an attorney here. I know Mr. Laddies, and we are grateful to him for being here. But we need a city attorney because not only do we as a council need an attorney, but the city needs an attorney daily on things that come up that our city manager might have to ask a question legally, and we have no one. So it bothers me that we're gonna wait 2 more weeks before we even talk about this. So I would like to make a motion that we do hire this firm, what is it, Lashney and something, on just a temporary basis. Whether it's for a month.
So is your motion, what is your motion?
My motion is to reach out to this firm and see if they would be our interim attorney until we can make a more permanent solution.
I have a point of information.
What is your point of information?
Just want to have clarity on the vote that council took at our last meeting on Thursday, I believe it was.
Are you asking me or asking?
I'm asking you.
Yes, ma'am.
So last week, council voted to put out an RFP to hire someone in an interim capacity and authorize the mayor to go ahead and select someone that was neutral so that we could have someone in the seat. And that motion passed.
Yes.
So just to clarify,
What is your-
that underway right now?
Yes, halfway. Mr. Altman and I have had a discussion, but on Friday, however, we did not meet again. I will have to talk to Mr. Altman. Let's chat tomorrow about the RFP, but Mr. Altman did bring me the RFP paperwork, and we are going to move ahead with that. So we discussed it on Friday, and we're gonna meet tomorrow. Do you have that time tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
4:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, okay.
So realistically, what are we looking at? Having someone, I mean, these RFPs go out, we have to get them back, and then,
Okay, so you just had a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, motion, Molly, can you restate the motion?
The motion was to hire the firm of Thomas E. Lackney on a temporary basis.
Okay, Counselor Randolph?
I'm a little concerned about, just not knowing what's going on. As we've asked, our city manager, we need to be kept up to date. I know that we absolutely gave the mayor authority to put out RFPs and to get someone, per the motion that was made last week, for somebody to be here. Did we, how long has Mr. Eladi's been retained for? Tonight and maybe next meeting, or?
So we did have the meeting on Thursday, I
Yep.
believe,
Yep,
and me and Mr. Altman met on Friday.
okay,
That was discussed with Mr. Altman and I, and he reached out per my request. And that's where we were. It was Friday, Monday was a holiday, and here we are today, right?
okay,
There's not ever a time that I don't ask Mr. Altman, whatever you have, and I know council can attest to this, whatever you have, push the button, send, and send it all to council. Am I right or wrong, Mr. Altman?
Yes, ma'am.
I say send it to council, so there nobody is left in the dark. The RFP draft has been brought to me. Mr. Altman did say if I could go and, take a look at it, review it. As soon as I do review it, before I make any decision, it will come to council. So you don't have to worry about being left in the dark. I never leave you all in the dark.
okay, well, my suggestion is that, do we know how long the RFP process is gonna be? Are we?
So I just
Give it a
received the
chance.
code, the Virginia code.
Okay.
Mr. Allman has brought me the Virginia code. We're gonna go through that, and we're gonna utilize and make sure that we're using the VPPA in the correct manner in the process, okay? And I will definitely, everything that we have, I will definitely
They got a call.
have a run.
They got a call.
I will definitely make sure you guys are kept up to speed.
Well, and I guess the only thing that I'm asking is whatever time frame that y'all use, what are we doing in the interim? So if it's Mr. Alati's in the interim that you think is pertinent to do, or anybody else, I'm okay with that. We just need to know.
Yes, so that would happen on Friday. We haven't been able to talk to Mr. Alati's since, and see what his schedule's like, if he would like to come back. But we'll definitely have that discussion, and I'll bring it back to council through email.
My question is just, and I guess I could ask Mr. Eliades this. By not having an attorney for the city, you sitting in for our council meetings is great. Are we jeopardizing our city in any way by not having legal advice on a daily basis?
I think generally speaking, no. If there's an issue that needs to be addressed and you can't get legal advice, we're gonna have a problem. I can tell you, the answer to the earlier question is that when I was contracted to sit for the last meeting on the 28th of September, it included the day before and went all the way to the end of the week, October 5. This one, the emergency call out on Friday, I think, was just to cover the meeting tonight. But, I mean, I'll say it on the record, if any of the council members or city manager has a question or needs me to look at the code, I'll do it. I mean, I'm 3 blocks away, 4 blocks away, and I'll handle whatever needs to be handled until you all can get somebody, and I'm not all that concerned about the compensation for it.
Are you okay to, are you okay to, are you okay to be our interim?
Madam Mayor, I do have, while I've got the floor, I have to say one more thing.
Yes.
Because somebody
Of course.
said that Mr. Leidy spoke eloquently about an issue, and I have to say for the record, because I'm a substitute judge and I cannot appear before council and be political at all. And that was a political speech, I suppose, by my brother Elliot. So the Mr. Elides is Elliot Elides.
Please state for,
No,
please put that,
your
please,
dad.
Oh, my
please
dad.
add that to the record.
Well, the record just needs to reflect it
Please-
wasn't Peter.
That was
Please
some years
let the
ago.
record
It was
reflect
your
that we were
father.
discussing, it was Elliot Eliades and not
Homer.
Homer Pilates.
Okay.
Thank you.
His dad.
Is it Pilates? Pilates, excuse me.
Thank you.
Okay,
Oh, it wasn't.
all right. Any other discussion? Roll call? Counselor Gore?
We're voting on her motion. Which motion are we
Are we
voting?
voting
Well,
on?
is there a motion to, contract Mr. Eliades?
Wait a minute, we already have a motion on the floor.
Is there a friendly amendment? I mean, friendly,
Did you call me earlier?
I'm calling on you now.
there was talk over here, so I couldn't understand. What did you say that you were willing to do? I heard you say you could reference the.
He said he would work for free.
Oh.
We remember that.
Motion to have you come.
Hired.
Yeah,
There's an
just on a
agreement to
short-term
be-
basis.
There was an agreement to be paid for the meeting tonight.
Sure, okay.
But I said, if there's some questions from time to time over the next 2 weeks between now and the next meeting, if you can't get a interim city attorney in place, I'll answer the questions, I'll take the calls.
Okay.
I'll be at my office, so I won't be here, you all know that, but you know where I am,
Next door.
close.
Do you wanna withdraw your motion, or we gonna vote on Ms.
I don't
Denton's
think we
motion?
have to. We don't need to vote on that. I mean.
There's a motion on the floor. We do have to go through the process
right,
unless,
what he said.
unless the,
I make a
but I,
amendment-
yes, I would like to
amendment
have
or
that on record.
substitute That we, entertain, is it hiring or consulting with consult with Mr. Peter Elias on any issues in the next 2 weeks? And so a substitute motion or amendment to her motion? Which one?
There has to be a substitute.
So it's-
Second.
Motion's been, so there's a substitute motion on the floor.
Can
We're
we
gonna
repeat
vote to,
that?
excuse me,
Do
please
you-
repeat your, Molly, what do you have down?
Thanks.
The motion is a substitute motion to entertain consulting with Mr. Peter
Take out any.
Elades.
I withdraw entertain,
Uh,
just consult.
entertaining,
Retain?
entertaining,
Word out.
Consult.
sorry.
Consult with Mr., take out entertain.
Okay, substitute motion to consult with Peter Elades on issues in the next 2 weeks.
I seconded that. Counselor Plum, can you insert legal issues? Just
Yeah.
Legal issues.
As
Whatever
pertaining to
problems.
legal issues.
So that motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Gore. I do have a question. Mr. Elades, will you be available for the October 26th meeting?
Let's see. Yes,
We have someone for the October 26th meeting. Is council okay with that?
Yeah, works for me.
Mr. City Manager, you have something to say?
well, I've been retained twice now to sit in the stead, well, first in the stead of Ms. Robinson, she was on vacation, and there was a letter agreement for compensation for the meeting. Then this second round, the September 28th, there was also a letter agreement that covered not only the meeting, as I said, but a day before and 4 days hence. I would ask, if you need to get this approved now, so we're covered for the next 2 weeks, that I be compensated for the next meeting, although everything between now and that date, I'm not asking for any compensation, but just that I be compensated the same as I have been for tonight, for the 28th of September, and for the date in July that I said.
Yes. Counselor Randolph?
And I have to agree, we need to be very specific because this is a state statute that we have to appoint him to be even an interim for a short period of time, so we need
So
to
we're
be
not-
very specific.
Right, so we're not, Mr. City Manager
You
did
have to
provide
appoint
me
him.
this today, so we do not need to appoint him. The purchase of legal services in Virginia Code Title 2.2-4344 exemptions from competition for certain transactions. And that would be A2, any public body may enter into contracts without competition for the purchase of legal services, provided the pertinent provisions of Chapter 5, 2.2-500 remain applicable, or expert witness or other service associated with litigation or regulatory proceedings.
That's contractual,
Yes.
but that still has to cover the other. Second fire group out.
but it still will be a contract, because he's providing the services, so it still falls under this, provision.
Yeah, but we need, well, I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay, okay. Is there, any other, Counselor Gore?
Just want to clarify the motion so we make sure it's very clear. Ms. Best, can you read it back? Because I want to make sure we insert the payment, the payment equal to prior payment. So can you read what you have? Please.
Substitute motion, consulting Mr. Peter Elades on legal issues for the next 2 weeks and the meeting on October 28th with the same payment as the prior 2 meetings.
It's 26th,
27th.
6th.
26, excuse me,
Yeah.
26.
Counselor, are you clear with the motion? Right, roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Right, moving on to the finance.
Ms. Gore's motion's still on the floor for
I-
removal of the item from the agenda packet.
Did
No,
we
it
not
took
vote on that?
precedent.
We didn't vote on it, no ma'am.
Smart cooking. Yeah.
Can you restate that
Yes.
motion?
Motion to amend the consent agenda to remove submission of the city attorney process from public
Applicants,
view.
just say applicants for the city attorney process.
Applicants for city attorney process from the public view.
Yeah.
Did someone second that?
Ms. Pelham did.
Ms. Pelham seconded
Okay.
it.
I don't see any lights, roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Before I move on to the financial report, Mr. Altman, aren't we supposed to have that on the second meeting of the month, the financial report?
The contract requires them to be here at the first meeting.
Okay, all right. Mr. Terry?
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager, staff, and attendees, viewers and listeners. I am Michael Terry, Finance Director for the City of Hopewell. Today, we're going to cover the Finance Department Progress Report covering the period of July 1 through September 30th. The topics that we will cover will deal with the external reporting and other reporting and operational support functions for the city, budget development information, and an internal reporting. If you would go to the third slide, that is the crawl. It has the blue divide in it. Yeah. I'm going to go down to 2018. And if you would also, just for the sake of discussion, the 3 areas that we're going to talk about is the annual financial reporting progress, the auditor of public accounts reporting, and the single audit. And I'll just say here before we turn the page, the auditor of public accounts report has to be completed. It's dependent upon the annual financial report. So the 2018 annual financial report has to be done first, and then after that, the auditor of public accounts follows, and then, of course, the federal single audit report. If you go to the second page, there's a summary there, and I want to update everyone where we are. Again, the closing, reporting, and audit workflow, which we call CRAW, summary of status. For the annual financial report for 2018, The auditor has forwarded to city management for review and discussion the draft auditor's opinion, draft internal controls, compliance report, and draft findings. The auditor finalized the review of the city financial statements, and the auditor received and accepted an invitation from the city manager to meet with the city council in early October. And as you know, we met this past Thursday regarding the 2018 audit closing and issuance. Based on action at that time, we're now in the process of finalizing the 2018 annual financial report. The single audit has been initiated with schools, and they are working diligently to work through that audit process. If we go over to the other operational and the assistant report, the thing I'd like to focus on here is dealing with the state comp board. The city is current. We have done all our submissions, and we're up to date from July through September. We also have made progress with the Department of Criminal Justice, and there's some systems implementation and changes there. I'd like to take you over to the budget development. That's about two or three slides over. Specifically, the budget development for FY '22. As of the end of September 30th, the Finance Department has completed its review of the financial plan for FY '21-22, and we will post that document on the website. Our goal is at the end of the week, and also we will provide the city managers with hard copies for the council. So we're targeting at the end of the week for it to be on the website for the public to have access to, and of course, we will get city council their hard copies. That's our goal by Friday. Going over to the internal reporting, we reviewed the activity for the period, and as of September 30th, there have been no cross-fund transfers made by the city manager. And that concludes my report.
I don't see any lights for discussion.
Question.
Counselor Gore?
I have a few questions. The first is, Mr. Altman, when are we going to anticipate the draft RFP to hire an auditor to do the next year's audit?
Well, if there's any comments from council we had to provide, if there's any comments or things you'd like to see, please get those to me so we can get that done. And if as soon as we can get those, we've looked at it and we need to make the changes. But you know, if we can get your comments by the end of the week, if that's agreeable to council, we should be able to have an RFP out next week.
I thought we
Can I just ask a question? Is there a draft already?
We provided you with a draft.
Yes. That's
So
right.
you want us to have the comments to you by Friday? So
If that's
you can get it
agreeable to
out.
council, if y'all want more time, that's fine.
I don't care what it is.
yeah.
I just want to know what we're doing so I
Yeah.
can get it out.
Yes.
Friday?
Mhm.
Okay.
So council, please be aware that the email was sent out. What is the, can you resend the email
Yeah,
again?
yep.
Resend the email to council. And council, please provide your comments for the RFP for the internal auditor by Friday.
It's the
And
external
that,
auditor.
External auditor.
External.
external auditor.
Yeah.
And that would be on 10/15?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10/15.
All right, my next question is for Munis. Council got access to Munis about a year and a half ago, but we never did our work sessions. Can you get with the IT director to see how we can do that training? So if we want to stop by to her office during office hours or something, or either have a work session where we can go back and do it, but we need to have access to the Munis system to see these transactions.
Yeah, Actually, I want to say that we did the access piece.
We had the
Well,
access,
before COVID.
Right.
And then when COVID came, that kept, so yes,
Right.
we can, munis training.
And
Wait, hold on. I understand you're asking for these items, but we need to be more specific on the date. That way, we're not leaving it out in limbo. Council, do you have, for munis training, are you going to ask, Mr. Altman, are you going to ask, IT if they can, when their availabilities are? What does that look like? How, we can say we want training, but what does it even look like? Because we said we wanted training before.
yeah, and it was on the
So what
agenda
does-
several times, yeah.
What does that look like?
So that would, if council, when I say we attempted at one point to do a work session, but we had issues with the work session. But if, it really depends on whether you want to come in individually and get training, or if you want to do it as a group. That's really up to council how you want to do it. If you want to do it individually, we can,
Shoot
try-
an email to.
shoot an email
Okay.
and schedule something individually, or
We
if y'all would
can
rather
always
us
do
come
it.
back to a work
I
session.
prefer to do individually because there were several work sessions scheduled and it wasn't just one, it was like about 4 and we never did it. I just want to get trained so I can look over the documents. So if you're fine with us reaching out to IT, as long as we copy you on it, I would like to just do that.
That's fine.
Okay, so council, if you would like, we already have access, and I believe this is a web-based entry point, so it's not something that's downloaded to your computer software. Please reach out to, IT department and CC Mr. Altman. I have after Counselor Gore, I have Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Randolph.
I think they want to do a
No,
clarification.
Oh, that
me.
wasn't
Yeah.
you? You clicked it on?
It's not me.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, it was
I
you.
was just gonna say, I don't think it's, if I
It's
remember correctly, it
VPN.
wouldn't be web access. You'd actually have to sit in City Hall to have access.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just,
Yeah.
it's a web database, so you don't have to have a
Yeah,
computer.
you wouldn't be
Yeah.
VPN in from home.
Yeah,
You would have to be
exactly.
here. Yeah, that's, I just wanna clarify that.
My last question is, and forgive me if I did not see this, the questions that we asked on Thursday, I don't recall us giving a deadline on those audit questions and documents that we requested. Just to be clear, like, for example, when we were told the bonds were repaid, we said, can we have proof that they were repaid? There was other questions about certain staff members having training certifications. We never gave a deadline for that. So clearly it's not done. I don't recall us giving a deadline.
I think.
We just
We
asked
did
for.
have a deadline.
What deadline was
I
that?
think it was.
We did have a deadline.
Um,
Molly, do you remember? We asked you to write it down
I
as
have my
well.
notes.
I just don't have those notes with
Okay.
me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was, I think that was in preparation for, I can't remember if it was the next meeting or the special meeting.
Well, do
This is
you know the
special meeting
deadline?
on the 26th.
Special meeting.
I think it
Special
was a
meeting.
special
Special
meeting.
That's
meeting.
right, it's the
26th.
26th because I'll be
You were
watching.
gone, right?
Right.
I'll be watching.
Okay, I didn't have that in my notes, so I just wanted to make sure. So it's the 26th is when you're gonna have it. Okay. Thank you. That was my only follow-up from your last report.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes. On the first report with the numbers at the bottom, it's, I guess it's so hard to read. Dated, something, April 22, 5/20. You see that?
You're speaking of the 2019? That's at the very bottom?
Uh-huh.
I think it's what you're speaking of, am I correct?
It has different, it has different percentages.
Yeah,
And of course, cash reconciliation 0, but then the other one says is that 75%?
yes, ma'am.
So you started on 19, is that it?
Yes, ma'am, we've reported that to council that we definitely have, as far as the city staff has began to proceed on 2019.
And so you're overseeing, is Mr. Gregory have anything to, Georgia have anything to do with this particular year? Is he doing something on this one too?
Yes, ma'am. If you recall on the report that you asked for the cost on the project, 2019 showed the effort or the dollar of effort that he had put on 2019.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights. Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We don't need Mr. Terry to stay, do we? Mr. Terry, you're free to go.
That was a big grin.
Oh, do we have an audit question? We'll catch you on the 26th. All right. Going down to unfinished business. Counselor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city clerk to hold all submitted, to advertise any standard term expirations at least 2 weeks prior to the term expiration, and hold all submitted talent bank applications for a specific board or commission. Additionally, as we talked about in this piece, I would like for any resignations or unexpected openings to be advertised at least 3 weeks, and all of the submitted talent banks to be held until that 3-week period is completed. So that's regular term expirations to advertise 2 weeks in advance of the term expiration. And in order to give the citizens time to know about the term that's going to expire and submit if they'd like to, including the person in it. And then any unexpected terminations, such as somebody resigning, quitting, whatever reason, to have that open for 3 weeks to advertise to the general public for that opening.
A point of information,
Sure.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Are
So,
you asking me or are you asking?
I was just waiting for you to acknowledge it.
Yes.
So, we voted at a recent meeting on directing the clerk to immediately advertise the vacancies that we had and to include the vacancies in our agenda packet under the clerk section, and for you to come back with the recommendations after what we discussed in our time frame, and for you to give us that presentation at an upcoming meeting, and you should be working on that. So we've already directed that. Am I incorrect about this? I distinctly remember.
We did, but I couldn't figure out why it was on here again, so I thought I'd just go ahead and make a motion.
So I
Take advantage of it.
are you okay if I make a comment, if I have a comment? Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, right? Council, we make motions and we're asking if we have to come back and say, hey, guess what? This is what we've always done. This is always practice. I want to challenge council. If this is something that you want to do, we need to turn around and create an ordinance. Let's do that. Because if this is what we want to do moving forward, we can create something, a policy. That way we can always revert to the policy besides always making a motion to, hey, I want 3 weeks. What can we do to make sure that this will be in place for future, right? It doesn't take long to create an ordinance. We have to start somewhere. But something in the books, that's what we lack here. We lack ordinance, we lack policy. Let's drill down and get that. I don't mind moving forward with what the motion that we've already had, but I challenge council to take that into consideration, that we have something in the books. Okay?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be willing to take my motion off the table, but not knowing why this was on here again after we had made and voted on the previous.
We did?
Yes, and I just assumed that
Okay. That it
I
wasn't
just
taken
would
care
go
of.
ahead
Okay.
and do it.
So that was an error.
Actually, it was on here because in the last meeting, we were on this topic, and the meeting ended before we finished, so it moved to unfinished business.
But
It
we'd
was
already
We
voted.
voted.
Not on,
Yes.
the vote was done when we came out of closed session talking about the same item. But when we got to this item on the agenda at the last meeting, we kept talking and then the time ran out.
Right.
But we did
Right.
make a motion
Yeah,
after the
I
time
mean,
ran out.
So you made a
It
motion?
was
Okay.
already-
we
yeah.
did.
Okay,
And so
Okay.
to me, we're waiting on Molly to come back to do her recommendations before we do new policy or anything.
And to
So
begin
I'll be glad
advertising.
to reverse and take my motion off the table, but I wasn't quite sure why it was still here.
You're
Thank
right,
you.
you're right. I can see where you would think that. So we're moving on. Yes.
And just to clarify, while we waiting for that, to please add the vacancies to the agenda and the website like we directed, so that way we know the immediate vacancies, because it's not here and I didn't see anything online.
right, it's a process, it's a lengthy process, but I will make sure they're added by the next council meeting.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly.
Excuse me,
Yes, ma'am.
will you have time to do that with your classes that you're in now?
Since it's in Munis, I can probably I will
You
make a
can?
commitment to make that happen.
We want you to take those classes.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys working overtime.
I do that anyway.
Moving on to R1.
Communications.
Oh, excuse me. Madam City Clerk, do we have any communications from citizens this evening?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm going to, Tavares Marks. Hello, sir. We're going to go ahead and read the rules, and then we'll have you proceed.
A communication from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any question must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council. Rule 405 and 406.
Hi, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Greetings, council. I just wanted to take the opportunity to first introduce myself. My name is Tavares Marks. I actually reside 3.1 miles from this building, across the bridge in Chester. And the reason why I'm standing here tonight, because I am actually a new business owner here in the city of Hopewell. I'm opening a State Farm office next month at 924 Cousins Avenue. And in searching for a location to take my business, I always got asked the question when I chose to come here to Hopewell, why Hopewell? And I believe in Hopewell. I see so many opportunities here in Hopewell. I'm proud to bring a business here to Hopewell that's going to bring 5 full-time positions. And kind of like what Councilman Denton said earlier, you know, Hopewell has the opportunity to be the best. I see it as being the best. So many untapped opportunities here. But one thing I see and I noticed that in order to be the best, has to be 3 investments. Those investments has to be in your education, your public safety, and opportunities. With the first 2 being key, education and public safety. You have those 2 taken care of, you're gonna attract business owners, you're gonna attract homeowners, everything that's gonna fall in place. But tonight I really wanna focus on number 2, and that's public safety. As a homeowner, not as a homeowner, as a business owner here in Hopewell, I wanna make sure my business is secured when I'm not around. In the event myself or one of my employees have to call on someone to come assist us, I wanna make sure the most well-prepared, best, most competent individuals arriving to assist myself or one of my staff members. And I want to make sure that my voice is heard as a new business owner of the importance of having a strong public safety here in the city of Hopewell. And I also want to preface this by saying that, you know, myself, I've served my country in the United States Army for 15 years as a military police officer, as a military intelligence officer, as well as a civil affairs officer. I also have graduate degrees in public administration as well as urban planning. and finishing my PhD in public administration. So I know a little bit about what it takes to run a city, locality, borough, township, or wherever you may reside. And anywhere you go in this country, or matter of fact, anywhere in the world, education and public safety is paramount to success. And in order for Hopewell to be the best, as you said, Councilman Denton, you must make sure you invest in your public safety and the men and women who protect the city, not only citizens, but small business owners and business owners like myself. So I wanted to have my voice heard here tonight, and I want to truly urge you all to take a step back. I don't think education and public safety should be anything political. It should be something that we all want. As a business owner, I want a strong public safety here in the city of Hopewell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You name your business. Madam Mayor, would it be too much to ask? What is his new business?
It says State Farm.
State Farm.
I can hear him. Okay, thank you.
I do think, if you don't mind, I think we should do a motion to waive the rules, because if they're gonna speak to the item on the agenda, then that just violates the rules that was just read out loud. I don't mind it, but we do have to follow process, and we can't speak on communication from citizens on something that's on the agenda for that night. So I like to waive the rules if there is any other person signed up to speak on this agenda item, but just for the.
We don't have anyone.
Process.
There is no
Second.
one
Okay.
else signed up to speak, and I did check before he spoke and was under the impression that what he was speaking of was not tied in directly to salaries and that it was permissible. So, my apologies if that was not the case.
Mr. Altman, what'd you say?
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wasn't really focusing directly on salary, just investment.
Right.
That's equipment, vehicles, anything. So I wasn't directly talking.
No, I don't have a problem with them just saying, just following the process, that's all. Actually, it's not.
Moving forward to R1, Mr. Altman.
Madam Mayor, members of council, good evening. R1 this evening is the public safety salary proposal. Council had requested a review of salaries of the departments of fire, police, and public works. We reached out and we got information for the public safety realm. Unfortunately, we did not get any information back from any of the jurisdictions that we contacted regarding public works salaries until after the agenda packet was put together. We did receive one reply from the town of Ashland. So we're going to continue to work to address that issue and get information to bring back to council. This evening, we do have information for you for your consideration. Both the Chief Aspel and Mr. Rupert are here this evening to present on behalf of police and fire a proposed salary scale that would not only allow the increase investment in our public safety salaries, but it would also provide an avenue to have an annual increase locked into that, whereas it wouldn't be dependent on a rate or a COLA. It would be locked in on steps. And it will look more like a grade and step process that we used to have and we've gone away from. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Aspel and Mr. Rupert. They both have presentations this evening to walk you through, and then we'll have any questions and answers that you may have.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Thank you for having us back here. Is there a presentation on? Or-
You were to bring it on a flash because I didn't get it.
It's a flash breakdown.
Yep. Can't go anywhere without my assistant. Let's see, I think I have a thumb drive. I'm sure you have a thumb drive.
No, you put it in right there and it'll show up on the screens.
Is the AC on? I'm gonna have to call from the back room. It's hot.
No, just coming up. So, no, when council asked for this, well, at the work session we had, and we asked about having them do this, I get that you said public works, but when are we gonna get public works? Is that gonna be a separate work session? Cause it started off with public safety, but then we added public works to it.
We'll have another work, we'll have another presentation, whether that's in a
Which is-
work session or Word of Council, but we'll bring that back as a presentation for council.
So we can
Yes,
get into.
ma'am. Yeah. I'm thinking.
It's not Apple computers, Dell, it's My kids have Apple and
No endorsements.
no endorsement, right. That's staying very fast.
You still awake? I'm so much. Yeah, I'm still awake.
Riveting.
Maybe it's not that file.
To the drive where the flash is.
To be prepared to extend the meeting.
This has been the slowest meeting.
We have to be prepared to extend the meeting.
I just don't
What
know.
did you do now?
I make a motion to extend the meeting so we can, cover the public safety presentation.
Second.
Motion to extend to cover the R1.
Yep.
Been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes to extend the meeting.
That was fitting. You talking about insurance, and that was our insurance policy.
Well, good evening again, Mayor Bennett, Council, Councilors. Thank you for having us here. This is a follow-up to our previous meeting when you had asked us to kind of bring some specific proposals. As we had talked about last time, one of the issues that is really affecting the police department right now is retention. We're not having really a hiring problem, we're having a retention problem. And we went from in December of this past year to having full staffing to having 10 vacancies. We hired 7 people and we still have 10 vacancies. And I think right now we have 2 people that completed the process that will gonna be hired. I can tell you based on the speed at which we're losing people and we are potentially losing 2 more people in the very near future, it is definitely becoming a critical issue. A couple of issues that we've had for us in our city, and I know Mr. Rupert's going to talk about the public far side of public safety, is much higher frequency of critical incidents where they can go make the same money somewhere else, and they usually do leave us after a few years, take all that expertise with them, and we have to start from beginning. Compensation issues, if you have not heard, you'll see that a lot of municipalities are really ramping up their efforts from a starting salary perspective. Our neighbor next door actually have a merit pay increase system where every year they're going to get a compensation where they'll get an increase. That's affecting our ability to bring people in and retain people. Some of the bigger municipalities like Chesterfield and Henrico, they've already have that system in place. Chesterfield recently did that, and that does have an effect on us because right now, currently, as one of the people that we're trying to compete for, it is also in competition with one of the much bigger agencies. So we've talked about current pressures placed on law enforcement officers due to past events. Perception of the district may be more positive from our law enforcement perspective, where they might come to us initially, spend a few years, and they're gone on their merry way somewhere else. And the reason that's important is because if you really want to have a true community policing type organizations, which we want, which is addressing problems, you need officers to be here and get to know the community and the community to know them. By the time some of our officers are getting just comfortable enough to know the community, they're off somewhere else. And we are fighting this uphill battle. And I can tell you from my perspective, I'm sure Mr. Rupert's gonna talk about his perspective, that status quo is just not gonna be, it's not gonna be good enough at this point. We know for a fact that other municipalities are looking at the same compensation plan. So, you can say right now, 3 or 4 of them have them, but I can tell you, everybody keeps this very close to their heart, because the one that we lose our officers the most didn't really say a whole lot until one day we found out they had a plan in place effective July 1st, and that had a pretty negative effect on us. Currently, we have 6 officers in the field of training that should be released very soon. We have 7 in the academy. That means in addition to those 10, these 13 officers are functionally, we don't have them available, because if they're riding with somebody else, they're not somebody who's available to handle a call for service. So you're talking about currently functionally being 23 people down in a 68-person department. It's a tough hill to climb. This is a very telling tale for us, and this has been going on for a lot of years in the city of Hopewell. And really, you can link it back to when we did get rid of our step system back in, City Manager, Mr. Alman can tell us, by maybe 04, 05, when we got rid of, or maybe before that, right? Right around the time.
At least 7, maybe 07. It's after Mr. Daly arrived.
So
that we
right,
went away
currently,
from that.
of the officers we currently have, 48 of them have less than 5 years on. That's a 68-person department. And you're talking about officers making critical decisions, split-second decisions. The more experience you have, the slower things are, the less time you have, the faster things are, and that's where the propensity of making, you can imagine how critical things are in law enforcement, where everything is micromanaged, right? So we want our guys to be experienced, and just by the time that they're getting experience, they're walking away. Only 14 officers have more than 10 years, right? Some of them are command staff members. They're not on the street. They're command staff members at this time. Okay, let's see. Technology issues right here. We currently have 5 pay bands that have a beginning and the end. I can tell you that those 5 pay bands, beginning and end, we just had an officer retire after 21 years. He was making 58 and change. Starting salary is $46,000. It's kudos to him to sticking with us, but we're not competitive in that range. I know we have focused in the past on starting salaries, and we're gonna focus a little bit on it, but really the merit pay increases focuses on valuing the people that you already have and compensating them accurately and correctly to make sure that they stay here. In the past, actually, we've had a lot of people that retired from us making in the range that we were gonna be talking about, because they took advantage of when we actually had a step-in merit pay system in place here. So one of the things we're trying to do is go down to only 2 grades. What I'm gonna give you estimates is gonna be on grade 26. Right now, currently, we come on grade 25. We are recommending that we go 26 because the starting salary is more competitive. It's nowhere near what VCU offers, high 50s. This grade 26 is at, I think, $49,000. So it's not gonna be anywhere close to what a lot of other municipalities offer, but it still is gonna be competitive enough. But the sell is gonna be the fact that you can, if you adopt this philosophical approach to, at the very least for the public safety, we're hoping that our firefighters, brethren, our police officers, we're able to retain after we train them. So really getting rid of all pay bands other than grade 26 and 27. 27 is gonna be really a career ladder where you have to serve at least a certain number of years, we think 3 years, but it's not gonna be just a given. We're gonna have some standards. If you approve that, we'll work on that part of it. Virginia officers who are coming from other jurisdictions who already are here, giving them credit for service up to 6 years. So that means that they don't come at, if they're Virginia certified, if they have 6 years of service, they come up at step 7. That would make us very attractive for lateral officers. In the 3 years I've been here, we do not get a lot of lateral officers coming to us. What's the incentive? Higher frequency of calls, same pay, there's no built-in advantages. So here, what we're proposing is that hopefully by giving some credit to the service they already have, bringing them at a higher salary, and then making sure that they're getting step increases on a yearly basis as long as they do their job. Grade 27 used for career advancement. Other things are newly promoted individuals who are promoted in the grade get at least 5% raise, which is the city standard. And if it doesn't come to the minimum of that next rank, they go to the minimum of their next rank. If they go in between, they go to the next highest step, whatever the next highest step is. So you might get more than 5% increase. Oops, let me see, go back. Again, currently, we have, sorry. As of today, we have 10 vacancies. This pay proposal does not include my rank or the deputy chief rank. This is for captains and below. We're really, our biggest issue for retention is really at the officer level. But the system that we have in place, a sergeant with 6 years on and a rookie sergeant makes the exact same money. That's, again, from a fairness perspective, equity perspective, that doesn't make much sense. Where I grew up, that didn't happen. Once I had time and rank, you were paid more money. So currently, we're looking at a 20-year going from using the existing pay band of grade 26, which is about 49, to the max of 78. It's about $1,500 increase per year. The range is percentages are about 2.535% increase, barely above the consumer price index for the last 30 years, which is 2.2 in US. So giving a little bit more money than what the inflation index has. Again, we're talking about $1,500 to $1,600 increase on a yearly basis, where they can go, as long as they're doing their job, maxed out at about $78,000. The cost, I know that's important. This is just for the sworn side, right? Just police officer. This police officer, not animal service police officers, is $323,000 currently. That's as of today, right? We have 10 vacancies. The difference in the salary as they exist today, to get to full staffing, that cost is $27,769. And if all positions are filled, which the goal is always going to be all positions to be filled, when you're looking at recurring costs for next year, you have to add another $111,000 on top of what you're going to pay today. And the 323 includes bringing officers, matching their step with the years of service. And the people who have come from other jurisdictions to us, because we do have some that have come from other jurisdictions, giving them credit for up to 6 years, no more than 6 years of their previous credit, because if we are going to try to attract some laterals who might not be satisfied, you don't want somebody coming from outside with 6 years on, and you already have somebody here who came from before this program was in place, and all of a sudden they're behind. You have an equity issue, you have a morale issue, so trying to bring everybody on the same page. So I'm doing something wrong here, but let's see, trying to get to the next slide.
Push the arrow key.
Okay, let's see. IT. Okay, all right. Since you had asked Public Works be part of it, so I also included people who are not considered sworn officers. So if you add telecommunications, which are our dispatchers, right? They're just as essential part of who we are. And right now, I have an employee who's been there for 20 years. She's making $39,000. Starting salary is $36,000. So a rookie who's coming in is making $36,000. The employee who's been here for 20 years is making $39,000, because everything is based on COLA, prices get adjusted. We usually adjust the front end, the entry-level salary. Now, we're fortunate that employee stays with us, but if we were to use the same methodology for telecommunication, you're adding another $73,000, because we have 12 of them, right? Including a part-timer. And then when you include sworn with them, all of a sudden your cost goes up to $396, and the yearly cost goes up to about $126,000, right? Then now, if you include animal services, another essential part of what we provide, we probably have one of the best animal services officers. You add another $20,000 with this methodology, and again, the cost goes up to about $416. And the following year, you're now asking for additional $130,000. Now, I include all of my employees, which is a whole lot of records, support staff, crime analyst. You're talking about adding another 44,670 to the payroll, and now your cost becomes 461,607, and the following year it'll be about almost $140,000 that you're adding to it. Obviously, I would like all directors, I would like all my employees to benefit from it, but I can tell you the one that we are suffering the most is that my cops, a whole bunch of cops over here who are, I mean, not these guys, they're dedicated, they're here. They have been here for this is my core group of people, but a lot of our newer guys, 2-3 years, they're gone. They get now we do have a contract that some of our newer guys sign up who are sitting in the academy, sitting in the back. They're committed to us for 3 years, but I really am not hiring for them for 3 years, as I tell them. I'm asking them to stay for 3 years. I want them to be here for 25 years so they can really know the community, make a career, and make a difference that we know that they can make if they stay here for a while. So that's our presentation. I know if there's any questions that you might have, I'll take it. I have some additional numbers also if depending on the questions, I might share those numbers with you also. But I'll take questions before I give way to Mr. Report because he has some information also for you.
I just have a point of information just to ask you. You said that there's a 3-year plan for new recruits, new hires, we have to retain. Is there a plan for that?
No, that's what I do is I make them sign a contract that says they will be here for 3 years.
So there's a contingency plan.
Yeah, a commitment plan that Ms. Robinson approved when we actually ran it by her, and our nominal cost is about $27,000 that we invest in that's just dollars. So I've told them that if they leave before 3 years, they got to cut me a check for $27,000 to the city.
If they leave prior to 3 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hopefully none of them will. They'll be here for 25 years, but I think what we are presenting to you will help. I know the costs are up there, but that's, I think, the comment was made about investment in educational investment, public safety investment, and we had one other opportunity. So this is public safety investment to be able to retain the officers that we train really well. I mean, we require DCGS, Department of Criminal Justice, says we need to do about 40 hours of training on a every 2-year basis. I can tell you that we train a lot more than 40 hours to get our officers to be able to deal with a lot of the stuff that we deal with in this community, which I know you guys are familiar with because you hear from constituents, and I hear from you about the shots fired and a lot of the critical incidents that occur. It's very, very stressful to go to those things. And as I've mentioned to you in the past, the stresses of this job are great. We lose 2.5 times more people to suicides than we do lose to line of duty death. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, I've lost 3 of my brothers in my previous department to suicide. We just lost one next door, right? This is a stressful job. So what we're asking, and I know when Mr. Rupert's going to ask, is some kind of consideration to be able to maybe retain our officers and provide them a career. So when they do retire, they have, I can tell you, not being part of VRS, retiring from another jurisdiction, VRS it's not a lot of, retirement is not that great. It's decent, it's not that great. So giving them maybe a higher base salary so they can retire 50% of that after 25 years. I think we can do justice for the kind of work that the police officers do and the firefighters do. So any other questions?
Does, we want to see the next presentation?
Mr. Rupert, yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take it out. I don't know if it's gonna be dangerous now. I'm supposed to do.
Can I ask a question when you leave?
You want to ask, the fire chief?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I appreciate the opportunity tonight to come and present our proposal here for our pay increase here as well in the fire department. What you're going to notice is a very similar message to what the police chief just shared with you. We are currently 10 members down, 7 of those being medics. We have had a tremendous amount of trouble, not only recruiting in general, just numbers. We used to get 50 or more applications for a fire position. We're lucky to get a couple now. In fact, we've moved to leaving it as an open-ended application, so we're always accepting applications on a rolling basis, just because when we put an end to it, and then we have to start it over again, we can miss people in between, and so we just leave it open all the time, trying to attract as many folks as we can. So we're down 10 right now. We are currently in the Tri-Cities area. We're the lowest paid fire department. We're really the lowest paid fire department in Central Virginia, as far as I know. I know for a fact that obviously your Chesterfields and Henricos are considerably higher than us, but even in our own neighbors, the city of Colonial Heights, the city of Petersburg, Prince George County, Dinwiddie County, we're at least $3,000 behind all those folks at our starting rate. And then when we talk about a medic, we're about $8,000 behind most of those as well. So we're considerably lower on our starting pay. And actually there's a shortage of medics across the whole Central Virginia. There's a lot of people that are advertising for that, so you can imagine we're trying to attract medics, and we're offering $8,000 less starting pay. So we're probably one of those folks that they don't even send an application to in their process, those that are looking for another job. So obviously, a lot of these other jurisdictions are also going to this merit pay type, annual increase, which is again, even if our pay were to remain the same, we know that we're going to stay there. We're not moving, except for an occasional COLA increase or whatever the case is. Whereas a lot of these other jurisdictions have gone now to this increase that they're getting every year on an annual basis. The other thing that I'd like just to bring to your attention is, as the police chief also mentioned, is our experience level. When I came here 20 years ago, I can't give you the exact number, but I know I was extremely outnumbered. I was probably, the average person was probably 10 years or more as the folks that were riding on the truck with me. That makes a huge difference when you show up at a fire. When you get to a fire, as you know, everything is 100 miles an hour. You are, off the truck, you're connecting hoses, you're moving things, you're moving very fast, you're doing a search, you're doing all those things, and everything has to happen at a really fast rate, in a fast pace. NFPA Standard 1710, which is, the NFPA national standards for how a paid fire department should operate. Minimum number for a standard house fire, a standard single-family dwelling, is supposed to be 17 firefighters on scene to address that issue. We have a minimum of 13. That includes our battalion chief. That also includes several medics that are riding on the ambulance. So we are well below the national standard on the number of people that we have to show up. Now that's if everybody's not on a call. That's if there's no, we don't have any EMS calls going on, which never happens in the city of Hopewell. No, actually, we're usually have 2 ambulances out or even 3 ambulances out constantly. So that's taking from our pool of folks to address the issue. So if everybody is sitting in the station when we get a call, our max out usually is 13 on a regular day. So we're already behind, below the national standard when it comes to the number of people that we have to address the issue. In the past, the amount of experience that we've had with our folks has made a huge difference in that, right? So when you show up on a scene and all those folks have 10 years or more of experience, they get off the truck, they know what they're doing, there's not a question about people, they meld together as a team. Our average experience level right now among our firefighters is 2.2 years, okay? 90% of our folks are 5 years or less. 5% have 10 or more years of experience. So what that means is when you get off the truck, it means that our officers have to take a little bit more time making sure that directions are given, making sure things happen, and just being, and we're just at a deficit from the experience level. From a call volume standpoint, I came here in 2001. I look back, tried to find the 2001 figures. The earliest we could find was the 2005 figures. We are on pace this year to double that, our 2005 call volume. So we're looking at double the amount of calls that we dealt with in 2001 as a fire department. So we have a tremendous call volume. We have a lot of inexperience, and now of course we're battling with a starting pay that's well below all of our neighbors. And then of course we have no place to go as far as moving up in a merit type system. Our system, what we've put together is essentially identical to what police has proposed. So what you see here, same thing. We're talking about grade 26. We're talking about 2.5% steps for each year for each member. We're looking at all the members that are currently employed, moving them to that grade, the step where they would be based on their years of service. And then as far as our supervision, it would be the same as what the police proposed, in that we would look at their years of service, and then we would make sure they were at least a 5% above that person below them with the same years of service. So that's what we are proposing. We also would like the opportunity to give that additional 6 years of credit for full-time employment, firefighters that come from full-time employment from other jurisdictions for up to 6 years, so that we can attract people from other departments that would like to come to the city of Hopewell to fight fire. We did not include the fire chief or my own position in these numbers. So the cost of moving everybody that we currently have in the plan is $225,308.86. That does not include our 10 vacancies. So over time, as we fill those vacancies with the new starting pay, that would be an additional $43,173.68 for an annual increase. And then when we look at that average annual cost of increase for each successive year, we're talking about $85,320.27. And that's based on the average between all those pay steps. Again, like I said, the big thing for us obviously is we have a lot of great folks working in the fire department. We have a lot of good new folks that we would like to hold on to. We would like to keep them. As obviously, when you come into the fire service, there's a lot that you can learn specific to your jurisdiction. Fighting fire is fighting fire, but at the same time, a lot of jurisdictions, we do things a little bit differently. Every jurisdiction does things a little bit differently. And so learning learning our trucks, learning the streets, learning the community, learning our way of doing business, there's a lot of value in that. So when we lose people, obviously it's a challenge to get the new folks back up to speed on all those things. So obviously if we attract people with experience, that's going to help, because they're going to be a whole lot easier. They're going to adapt easier. However, especially be able to retain the people that we attract and that we hire, so that they'll stay here and continue to work here in the city of Hopewell is paramount, because those are the folks that are really going to be invested in the city as they learn it, as they learn the people. And the city itself. That will help us to be able to do our job better. That's all I have. Any questions?
Are there any questions of council?
I'll ask questions.
I do.
Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Gore.
Okay, so as the very total calls for this plan, would you add all three factors on the back together for next fiscal year? You would add all three of these factors together on your
Yes.
call sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
So that'd be about 353,000?
Yes, ma'am. So, correct. So if we moved to, if you were to approve this plan today, then next fiscal year, you'd be looking at adding those three figures together. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Well-
and does this include your admin staff?
So
Or
right
is it
now,
just
we,
firefighters?
right now, there is only 3 people that are not included in this plan.
Okay, are they, is anyone, who's included that's not a fireman or a medic?
Myself, the chief, the administrative assistant, and we have some part-time folks.
They not,
Two part-time individuals.
they not included?
I have the figures for the administrative assistant as well, but that isn't included in the total figures that you saw here tonight.
So they're not included for the raises, correct?
They're not included in the numbers that you saw here. No, ma'am.
So that means you're not requesting a raise for them, correct?
I would like to see a raise for the administrative assistant, yes, ma'am, I have the numbers for that. But I did not include that in the totals.
Okay.
'Cause she was
When
the only one.
Chief did, so, yeah, well, Chief, with yours, you did add the, what is a senior, ACO, I don't know what that is.
That's animal services officers,
A who?
animal services.
Okay, so you included animal services, crime analysis.
That's like additional civilian staff. So we did communication. First, we gave you numbers for just police officers at the rank of captain and below. So that's where we are having retention issues,
Right,
right? So that's the most glaring need for both Mr. Rupert and the fire side and the police side, are the firefighters and the police officers are the ones who are walking away, right?
okay.
That's the number that we're focusing on the most. We're not diminishing what others do for us, but then we're breaking it down for you, for me, because I do have a lot more people on the support side. So then we're adding a separate second category is our communication people, dispatchers. That's the cost that we gave you for additional $73,000, and then you add that, so your recurring cost increases. Then
But I mean, you added records management as well. You added a lot. Seemed like how many people encumbered those positions, like records management?
So record management, I have 4 people in there, but one is a part-timer, so part-timers are not being considered for, because they're part-time employees. So I have Ms. Parson, 3
I don't need their names.
3 full-time people, 3 full-time people, crime analysts and 2 admin assistants are in the number, the last number that I gave you.
So about 7 people there.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then, Mr. Altman, where would your money come from for the 800,000 maybe? $1,000?
The only place that you would have to go for that kind of funding at this point for the current year would be the unassigned fund balance, which has $7,203,000 in it at the moment.
Unassigned.
Okay. That's for this year. And so then subsequently,
So you go there this year to fund essentially what would be about 600,000, let's just say 620, which was focused on the firefighters and the police officers and the vacancy piece, if they were to fill all those pieces. The following year, for the budget, we've got to find those dollars plus the 111,000 identified by the chief of police and the 85,000 identified by fire. So now we're looking, now we're going to
so
800,000.
what's the chief total then? Is the chief total 461,600?
So that's when we include everybody in the department. If you include only sworn staff, then we're talking about
$323,076.43 for just sworn. So the emphasis is on the boots on the ground. That's where we're having
Why y'all
the
make a
issues.
chart like that? Why- It's confusing.
So it's not, and it's not to diminish the contributions of anybody in admin or dispatch
I
or
understand
animal
that, yeah.
services, but where we're having problems in both public safety offices is those people on the street that are doing the job. So our sworn police officers and our firefighters and medics, that's where we're having our issues with. That's why I asked them to have those numbers available But we did not include that because that wasn't the area where we're having our difficulties retaining and recruiting.
He did, the chief of police did add it. He added his admin.
Well,
Fire
that's a separate, he had that information for an additional consideration, but because I asked for them to have the information, but we didn't, our emphasis is on the sworn officers. That's the critical need we have at this point in time. Those are the individuals that are leaving.
So in the 461, does that include the 10 vacancies, correct?
That includes everything in the department, which is.
Everything.
Everything, civilians, sworn, admin staff, dispatch, animal services.
Okay. And then you said that national average was 2.2 inflation rate. Why did you choose 2.5 above that?
We wanna give officers the ability to max out and then still spend a few years, because, in our VRS system, you need to stay at your salary for maximum, highest 3 years counts towards your retirement. So
Yeah.
if you do 25 or 30 years, in essence, you're just telling them that they were never gonna get to the maximum, right? So we said, okay, let's do 20 years, which is a little bit above the consumer price index. I mean, 2.5% raise is, when you look at a lot of other municipalities, you're looking at 3-4% raises. We know that from a fiscal perspective, we can't go there. That's gonna be too costly. So, we just said, okay, let's go to 20 years, because this way, at 20 years, they can spend 3 years in their rank and get to the 25 year and be able to, because they're investing in their own retirement system through VRS, the retirement system. So that was the logic behind it.
All right, thank you.
City, Mr. City Manager, you wanted to discuss something,
Yes, ma'am.
and then Counselor Gore.
Oh,
I think it's me.
I was just gonna point out.
She did have hers, it was Counselor Pelham, Counselor Gore, Vice Mayor Parton, and then I just seen your light.
Okay, good.
I just wanted to make sure we were emphasizing that it's all the officers and the firefighters. That's our focus at this point. That's all. I
So
wanted to
what's that
clarify.
total then?
The total for,
They got too many
It's in
numbers.
your agenda
so,
packet.
so the total of, if we focus on the sworn officers, the 323 that was in the presentation, the 27,700 for the vacancies, plus on the fire side, it's 225 for the existing positions, plus 43,000 for the vacancies. That total is $619,328.47.
619, what?
619, 328, and 47 cents. That would be the total of the salaries plus the vacancies for the current year. That would bring those up to what they have in the proposal, which is a 20-year plan at a 2.5% increase.
So if the percent went down, then it would be,
Cheaper.
of course.
Yeah, you could also, so one of the things that we have the ability, so we can look at different percentages of increase and lengthening the 20 years to say 25
Right.
years. That would affect the cost.
So how long do most people work?
Well, under
25
VR,
years.
25 years under
Yeah, why-
VRS.
So why didn't you give us a plan for 25 then?
Because if you're 25 years, meaning that when they get 25 years, they haven't worked for 3 years at that highest rate. So that means all of a sudden you're asking them to work a lot more longer, and we don't live very long after working in police departments.
Yes, I
We
believe it.
live literally 15 years, and we die.
Really?
Yeah, it's true. That's the statistic.
I had never heard that.
That's the
I'm telling
statistic.
you, I've been to enough funerals of my brethren who are literally 10 years after retiring are passing away.
Yeah.
I hear that.
This is, I mean, the stat is real. We have 2.5 times more people who commit suicide in law enforcement than die a line of duty death. We just did a survey in Virginia where 113 officers out of 1,300 people were actively thinking about killing themselves because of the stresses of this job. That's not just made up number. This is actual people who took the survey through U.S. Marshal Service. This job is tough on people. When you're going to call after call after call, because nobody's calling us. Maybe they call firefighters, but they don't call police officers to have a barbecue, right? They call when it's the lowest point at somebody's life because somebody's shot, right? And then most of these guys get MF because they show up to help somebody, right? It's a tough environment.
Well, I also have to add something else to
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm just,
I have to
this
add
is
something else to that. We're down how many police officers?
10 right now.
And that means that they're working overtime. That is unhealthy. That's unhealthy because you have to make split decisions at a moment's notice. There's no break in between. You have to take the call, you have to drive on, and you have to do that. You have no choice. But we get into a little danger zone, right? And if we're having officers, we're having a constant turnover, how fair is that? You have someone who's been here for so long, they have to train at the same time they have to answer the call. It's just a constant trying to retain, losing people, gaining people, and going through the same process again. Not only that, you also have to complete, you have to do the job. So that really tells me that we do have the responsibility to look out for our officers and our public servants, because this is not an easy job. And I know this for a fact because I'm going to have to say I am a police officer's daughter, and I did work in public safety myself. So I experienced this not only as a daughter, as also a person in public safety. So I take this very seriously. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Who's got the next question?
She had the floor than me.
You or Johnny?
Counselor Gore?
Is she finished with the floor? Okay. So, my first question is actually to the city manager before I go to you guys. You shared the fund balance, but council has asked for that figure and we can never get it, but you just spit it out tonight. So what is that number and what audit does it go through?
That goes through our
Right now?
Our last
18?
audit. $7,203,072.
And that's without rainy day?
That's the unassigned fund balance.
Okay.
But does that consider the rainy day
It's
fund?
without it.
Yeah.
So it's not considered.
It's the monies that are available that are unassigned that we have right now. So.
It's all of it.
It's all of it.
Oh, so it includes the
I don't-
rainy day?
Well, I don't, when we talk about a rainy day fund, I don't think I don't think it's rainy day. It's what we identify as the unassigned fund balance. So the budget
No.
assigns money. This is the unassigned fund balance.
We've always said rainy day fund, and to clarify, that's because we have imposed guidelines for how much money we have to keep
Right.
untouched, and then we have a self-imposed limit on top of that. So it might be unassigned, but we can't touch it. So we always separate that out and say unassigned is really what we can touch. So that number,
So what I asked the finance director for the unassigned fund balance.
can we get clarity on what it is minus rainy day fund? Because typically our rainy day fund is like $6.5 million. And if that is the case, then you're looking at 1 million being our unassigned money to do something like this. So can we get that clarity? Because we need to
Absolutely.
know what that is.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
And I'll just say that we know that tonight's numbers are big, and if council has questions or wants us to go back and look at different scenarios, we're prepared to do that.
Yeah. That's fine. Thank you. I want that finance number though. So Chief, sorry. So when you were, okay, so one, thank you guys for both having this presentation. When council asked for, I know you came to us asking for positions last year. We gave 2, we promoted 1 part-time, full-time, but then the conversation never kind of resolved. I think we gave additional cars. But they came back again, and then council was like, okay, let's do everybody, include public works, because they do stuff that's hazardous as well, right? So I never got clarity, and this might be a question for the city manager, not you. My concern, I said then, and it still is the same thing about this equity conversation. I definitely think equity needs to be addressed. I have no issues with that. But what concerns me is, and I was going back through to pull up the exact presentation, what I was trying to refer to at the time. In March of 2018, City Council did a salary increase for the police department. In that, from the presentation, it said there were 6 supervisors, no pay increase because they're well above starting pay in new grade, and that is in the presentation. when I hear that we have new people starting and they're almost matching those who have all this years of experience, that is concerning to me because, like I said to you in the last presentation, I thought we addressed that. And it's concerning to know how that is the case now, when 3 years ago, we specifically tried to make that not be the case. And then when we adopted a class and comp study, that was supposed to give, and that was around the same time, we did it all in the same meeting, that was supposed to make sure that that gap was there. So what is the problem if we have elevated everyone to class and comp study, then we did an additional payment for the police department, and we were told that there wasn't this equity issue? How is there one now when it comes to hiring practices? That's, I don't understand.
So the class and comp, the Springstead class and comp, I can't speak to that because it was, y'all did that prior to my arrival. We had Chief Cohane presented the last salary increase discussion for the police department. And at the time, the focus was on entry-level salaries because that's where we were having difficulty with. And if I remember correctly, that's what the focus was on, those entry-level salaries. Now what we found and what's happened is everybody in our region since that point in time has been investing in public safety salaries, particularly over the last year when it starts with Chesterfield and Henrico getting into a bidding war over with their salaries and who's going to be the number one payer in the region, which then starts to drag officers from other departments who then we lose officers to backfill those departments. So we've seen an increase across the board, and what other jurisdictions in our area did was they addressed salaries across the board, not one area. And if I remember correctly, again, Chief Cohane's emphasis was on that starting salary piece. If I remember correctly, it's been quite a while. It's been over 3 years. But
I do want to get clarity on that because I get that's the problem. But the reason why I'm concerned is because when we approved the class and comp study, we elevated everyone. And we adjusted pay grades to match what they were supposed to be. And then we gave a salary increase on top of that. So if someone were to leave, theoretically speaking, the next person coming in that position should be paid at the level they were supposed to be paid at to begin with. So I'm not understanding how there is a gap now created. Do you understand? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because again, I really don't focus on starting salaries. That's just one way to get people in. How you retain people is really making sure that you value them. You value them not just by words, you value them by compensation. So actually, I did talk to the city manager when I first got there. I said, I personally don't buy that approach. You have to be competitive. And I said, I grew up in a jurisdiction that was never the highest paid, but I can guarantee you by the time we got done, we were the highest paid.
Right.
Right? That's how you retain people. Because I can tell you what I was making when I left Arlington. Right? I was making in the high 150s because the value trying to keep me there and not let me walk away and wander away. We were never the highest paid. We were always competitive. So you have to be honest, in this line of work, you have to constantly adjust.
Right.
If you're not looking at you're talking about almost 4 years ago. If you're not looking at your salaries every 4 years, you're not doing justice.
Right. I understand that.
So,
I'll just let
even when Chief Cohen actually brought this, the career ladder stuff, PO1, PO4. I just told you that I had a guy just left, retired not too long ago. He was PO4. He was making 58 and change, and my starting salary is 46.
That's what I'm saying. That was supposed to be fixed. That's the point I'm making, and that's what's concerning. Is I'm not debating having to adjust salaries over time, and I'll let this go. But that's we're supposed to have closed that gap, so it's concerning that the gap is now still like that. I'm not talking about overall salary increases, but something wasn't implemented.
yeah, I don't remember. I remember the discussion of the starting salary piece. I don't remember the discussion of closing the gap. That may have happened with the class and comp piece. So I can't, and that's, again, we overall will need to do a new class and comp because I think, one, we all agree that what was done didn't do justice, and we need to do that. So I'd have to go back and look at that piece. But
Yeah.
I know when we did in 18, there was a focus on that starting salary to get people in here, to get to make that more competitive. But again, I think we kind of created a situation where we increased that, but we didn't increase everything else, so then those two salaries draw closer together.
Yeah, that's what my concern is.
Yeah.
But I do like what you're proposing, but I still think there's some issues with what was probably implemented versus what our intention was.
Yeah,
So,
I can't, I
yeah.
really, unfortunately, I can't really speak
Yeah.
to that, because that was about a year and a half before I got here.
So then my other question is, when we had that last presentation, if my memory is correct, I think you asked for 14 or 12 officers. Was it 12 or was it
I never
14?
made that official.
I mean, it wasn't official, but it was in the original ask, right?
Yeah, so there was a unofficial ask of this is how many, what the need would be.
What need would be.
But the official ask was for
Two.
two.
Right. So my question would be, when this is like done, and then thinking about next year's budget, would there be a need to still add on those and some more of the officers until you get to the max that you're thinking would be the expectation to have for the department? Because we need to think about that as well, so we can plan in advance for that too.
Today, to be honest, if I can get to 68 and retain them and actually have them functional, I'm not asking for any more, because I really do want to value these guys behind me and those guys behind me on that side to kind of get the best out of them and get them some maybe the next chief can discuss that. I don't think that it really, and looking at the compensation piece of it, when you really, when you get to full staffing, and we got to full staffing twice, and literally within minutes, you were gone. Trying to ask for more bodies is just not going to do any justice, and I'd rather have the guys better paid so we retain them and they could make more of an impact. So from budget perspective, that really is not going to be the focus. I know when I first got here it was a focus, but I don't think I understood the compensation piece of it. And I think I was understanding that maybe the PO1, PO4 status got you much further along than it really did. And it didn't, and we're seeing the effects of that. Mr. Rupert is seeing the effects of that. Both of us have career ladders, and they're just not doing anything from a compensation perspective. And we made things artificially hard. From my perspective, where it doesn't make any sense. If you're doing your job, then you should be compensated for it. Now, I will tell you that for a career ladder move, and that we're proposing, because you're going to have a more just system, yeah, we're going to make it a little bit tougher to get there. It's not just going to be, you got 3 years, hey, this is your raise. Because if you approve this project, this pay stuff, people are getting, decent salary, and after a few years, they're making what I would consider for a police officer a reasonable wage. We're talking about maxing out at $78,000, $79,000 over 20 years. That's not a lot of money. And actually, you had officers making that money when they got rid of the pay and step in 2007 and all that. Because I talked to those guys, and they left here making mid-70s, and that's why we probably kept them here, because there was some compensation for the work they were doing. And I think the same story for Mr. Rupert. There were officers, the firefighters were leaving making mid-70s. So today, 2 years from now, I'm acutely aware of the financial aspects of the work that we have to do. I'm realistic, and that's why I didn't come here saying that we should have a 4 or 5% increase, right? Because I knew that's probably not going to be possible. I would love to give my officers 4% increase every year, right? Who wouldn't, right? Mm-hmm. But that's not fiscally possible in the current economic environment. Economics change. We take care of our beautiful waterfront or the Macon building sitting by 295. I might come back. I might get a little greedy for my officers, but that's not the focus right now.
Okay, I appreciate you getting that clarity. And then my last question is for Mr. Rupert. Around the same time, we increased the line item in the fire department to provide more money for training and conferences, because that was a part of the discussion that we had with the fire department. Do you think that is even sufficient right now because you were aware of the conversations that we have been having about making sure the training was up to date with people. So do you think that is something that we should increase or look at differently to help the department?
I know specifically right now, our challenge as far as training and cost is getting some additional paramedics. So I know we do have a training need right now to send, and we have some training money to be able to send a few. It'd be better if we could send more, because that's our biggest need right now. So yeah, that's our biggest need right now as far as training is concerned, is training additional paramedics.
If we were to give you like an increase to be able to send more people, would you be able to manage that with the operations with there being less manpower?
I'll tell you, it's not going to be easy. Certainly where we're at right now, especially with overtime, and I just kind of piggyback on what the chief said as far as the workload that we have. Obviously, we work 24-hour shifts, so when somebody's drafted, now they're working for a 48-hour shift. That really drags on individuals. So obviously, that's a lot, and sometimes we're drafting an entire shift to work over. So every firefighter that is there for that day is having to work the following day in order to cover our minimum staffing. So obviously it will be a challenge for us to get all those folks to class. We think we can manage it because a lot of their class time will be on their off-duty time. So we think we can certainly manage and work around it, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is going to be difficult to get there, but we believe we can do it.
All right, well, thank you for the information. Thank you both for getting this to us. I appreciate what you guys do, and hopefully we can come up with something that benefit both of you.
Counselor Randolph.
Mr. Parton, I thought.
Yeah, that was the next one.
Oh,
I move that we approve the yearly step pay increase proposal as presented for the police, firemen, and EMS. Appropriate $548,385.29 from the undesignated fund, and to begin this effective November 1st, 2021.
Second.
motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Counselor Randolph.
My question was gonna be, had I known Mr. Park was gonna make the motion, I should have guessed.
That's why I
But-
asked you to go first. You knew what it
Thanks.
was.
Yeah, and that's okay, because my question can come after the motion. I certainly support that we need to do this for both departments. It is much needed, and with the stress levels and the crime and everything that's on the rise in this city, if we plan on turning it around, we've got to have a police force, and thank everybody on the police department that works here and the fire department. We greatly appreciate it. I try and stop and talk to you all whenever I can, and probably some of y'all are going, who is that crazy lady? Well, here's who I am, so that's why I stopped. But my question was, the amount that we have that was just made in the motion is what was given in the agenda item for us at 548. That includes just an increase for both of the departments and that step plan to be put into place. It does not take into consideration, of course, the hiring, I don't believe, for new bodies. That number would be more like $620,000 for what we want to do.
Full staff.
Right. So I'm thinking that I would like to make a substitute motion and potentially look at changing that number from 548 to 620, what was,
619, 328.47.
yeah,
I'll second that.
that number.
Okay,
I wrote
motion,
620, thank you,
substitute
Mr. Parton.
motion, made by Counselor Randolph.
I'll second it.
Ooh, I love the second one.
Molly, did you have the
Amended
substitute?
motion.
Can you, restate the motion?
A substitute, excuse me,
Amended motion.
are we amending the motion or are we doing a substitute
We're
motion?
gonna,
Changing out the dollar figure.
It's just amending. the
She's
motion.
she's making a substitute motion.
oh, she's making an entire new substitute motion.
It makes no difference here or there, whatever is easiest. He had a motion, all I'm doing is changing the amount to include so that staffing can be worked on to get the staffing upped as well in this motion.
Okay, motion to approve the yearly step pay increase proposal as presented for police, firemen, and EMS. Appropriate the 614,000,
19,000.
sorry, 319,000,
Is that 300?
619,300,
Six,
619,
yep.
328, and 47 cents.
I'm sorry, that's what I
And the
said.
only other, and Molly, the only other change would be the step increase and hiring.
My only question is, when we said the full staffing, that's full staffing for both the fire and the police. And, it was made, the motion's been made by Counselor Randolph and it was seconded by Counselor Gore. So that's the motion on the floor.
Can she please restate it just to make sure?
Please restate the motion.
To approve the yearly step pay increase proposal as presented for police, firemen, and EMS, appropriate the $619,328.47 from the unassigned fund and to begin November 1, 2021, and include the step increases, Counselor Randolph?
Well, it's the step.
For the
it's-
vacancies.
Yeah, and the vacancies.
And vacancies.
Right, so you can put that in with the beginning.
I just want to be, I'm gonna, that count was made, Counselor Pelham, do you mind if I go real quick?
You have to have a separate number for this fiscal year versus next.
That's what I was,
Because it's not 620 for this year. What is the numbers for
It is
this?
619
The
for
motion
this
needs
year.
to-
moving forward, and then this is how long is this plan? Is this plan for
So-
just next year?
This is for the fiscal
It would
year.
be, if you adopt the plan, this is what we'll have in place for police and fire for their patrol and firefighters and medics from this point forward.
Oh,
And
just-
then, so when this year, that it would be the 600, let's just say 620 for easy math. Then
Okay.
next year, we'll find that plus the increase that will come from that.
Can we get those numbers up to 5 years? That way we can just go ahead and knock that out, because here's the thing.
You
We
have
need
to
those
vote.
numbers.
Now, once it's
It
in
depends
place,
on
you don't
how
have
many are
to have
hired.
anything, because they're gonna automatically
Well,
get it.
we're doing it on full staff, and we're not full staff. So you're actually giving a number that's not realistic. So that's why I'm saying, let's gauge it, let's take an average, right? So right now, you're saying full staff. I just want it to be clear. Now, I don't want to say next year we're taking it from the unassigned funds. I am not gonna agree to the unassigned funds. I believe that should be transferred into its own line item. That way there's no confusion, not only during its admin stuff. Please, be patient. This is admin stuff. Unassigned funds, they're not assigned. This needs to be a line item that's defined, so that way we can always put that fund into, so we know 620 is gonna go in for the next fiscal year into the line item of pay, right? Then we're gonna turn around and make sure that that next
It would be
that
in
dollar
his budget
value,
for next year.
but it shouldn't be unassigned. It should
It
have
won't
a,
be. It'll
it
be
should
in
It
be,
his
goes
budget
into payroll
next year.
after that point.
Yeah.
you're pulling the item, you're pulling it from unassigned, and let's be clear, you're saying you're pulling it from the unassigned fund
This
time.
year,
this year.
because we've
Next
already
year,
done the
what's gonna
budget.
do,
In the budget,
It's gonna be in the
salary
Next year will
line.
be in the budget,
It'll
in the
be in
salary line.
payroll.
I don't
It'll
think
be in
you
the
guys are
budget
understand.
after
I know
the
what you guys are
budget.
saying, but you're prematurely answering my question. We're pulling it from the unassigned fund, and where are we placing it?
It will go into their salary line item.
Okay, it's gonna go into their salary line item. So each year, are we pulling from unassigned and putting it into their salary? What would be the next year after this?
Next year, when we go to the budget process,
In his
that will be the first thing that gets done, is to fund the
That.
existing commitments before we fund any new commitments.
Right.
That's what'll have to happen.
I just want to have it secure that this is something that we have. We're saying we're going to approve the plan. I want to make sure that we're approving not only this year, okay? So I want that to be clear, and please put my comments into the minutes. That this is not only for this year, we are approving the entire plan for the years that are set here, okay?
My comment would be that with council's approval of these step plans this evening, and assuming that's what happens, that will be in effect until council does otherwise. And potentially we bring a new class and comp study in that has police and fire involved. At that point in time, there would be reconsideration, but until that point in time, this plan would be what's in effect. And even after if we brought one and council said we want to stick with what we've done with police and fire, then that's what we're gonna do. So once this is, assuming it's adopted, that will be in place until council decides it's not in place.
That's dangerous, but okay?
Well, council, I can't make you commit for another council, but it will be in place until there's an action of a future council.
Okay.
But my comment is that once you give someone a salary, you can't deduct their salary, so that might, you have to fund it.
Well, each year this goes up,
Yeah.
and you have to understand that accounting-wise, his budget's gonna go up accordingly with whatever we've allotted in the next year's pay raise, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't wanna pull it from unassigned balance fund either after this year. But we have to, as a council, set our budget line items so that we know this is already in the budget. We'll have to figure out how to pay for it.
So I do want to ask council to go ahead and vote on this motion, and then I want to do a second motion to allow the city manager to transfer from the unassigned funds to that pay, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's no other questions or comments, do you have anything to say? Anyone? Roll call.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Is there a motion to authorize the city manager to move the dollar value of $619,328.47 from the unassigned funds to the salary?
So moved.
No.
Second. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Counselor Gore.
It needs to be clearer than that, because you just don't say salary. Is if it needs to go to the police department's salary line item and then the fire department's salary line item, to be clear.
Are you being specific? That
It
what you want
needs
to add?
to- it
Are you
has to
asking for?
give it a
For the
location.
Is that a friendly?
Step-based program and the
Are you guys okay?
remaining vacancies.
Yes, I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Yes.
Second that motion.
Molly, were you clear on that? It was
Yeah.
a lot of conversation.
I believe so. The motion is to authorize the city manager to move the dollar amount of $619,328.47 from the unassigned funds to the police department and fire department salary line item. Is that correct?
That's good.
Okay.
Let's roll.
Do you have another
I
comment?
think it's fine for right now because the intention is clear, but I do question, and this will be a question for Mr. Elias, like offline, I think needs to be a budget amendment as well, because we are appropriating funds and adjusting their budgets. So for right
Absolutely.
now, the intention is good, but it needs to be because that's a legal document.
Yeah, I agree.
So
We can-
should we get it drafted?
So what I can do is we can prepare an ordinance for the next meeting, which a budget amendment ordinance for the next meeting, to make that official.
Yeah.
But we understand what the intent is these dollars are going into the police department and fire department full-time salary line items.
Yeah.
We
For
can
the
place
city.
that on,
But we'll do that, and then if you want, see, we can put it on the consent agenda.
yes. Molly, can
And
you
have
place
that
that when Mr. Altman sends it to you, place it on the consent agenda, the resolution,
Yes.
the budget resolution?
Yes. Is that gonna be for which meeting, the October
26,
26
please.
meeting?
Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
No, we don't.
You don't need one.
All in favor?
That was nice, wasn't it?
That's it.
You're loving this, aren't you, Johnny?
Huh? Oh.
Sir, appreciate the support.